Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demonis was actually He Lulan's aunt. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Feng Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Feng Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demonis, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Feng Yuan had many immortal goo, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 goo immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Feng Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demonis. The enemy was so strong, Feng Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now, he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demonis has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demonis knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? This shows that they do not want to take my life. They have other motives. As for what they were after, Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Feng Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Feng Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves, ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Who? The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is... He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom! Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Li Shan mainly cultivated Information Path, while Dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Goo Immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense, only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it, the deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh! 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 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey Tribes 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the goo formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless goo worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Cheng, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. Hei Cheng wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon, he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Li Shan's hands. Let him go. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back, like they were floating out of the water. They turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing heaven demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Hei Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing heaven demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing heaven demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. Hei Cheng was acting as Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling Hei Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu immortal was kidnapped by someone else. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach blazing heaven demoness a lesson. In the future, they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path, and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. Hei Tribe's immortal Gu House dark prison was already lost. If Hei Cheng was kidnapped, Hei Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. Hey tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces, they would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. Hey tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demonis. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of Hey tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters, most of the resources were stolen, we suffered huge losses. Hey tribe's Gua mortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong, his rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. Hey tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demonis. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost, the Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Go! We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. Hey tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing Heaven Demonis landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fong Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fong Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you, I am willing to do anything for you, keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Cheng struggled to get up, he had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demonis removed the fire chains from the others, only He Cheng was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fong Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Cheng as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Cheng knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to tell you all of He tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian Air get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Cheng turned to Blazing Heaven Demonis, "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian Air, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force, it had a long history, their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals, they were a powerful force in Northern Plains. However, their lifespan was limited, after He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. "After you sing, I will appear." He Cheng begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demonis, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance, He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want, I have already restrained He Cheng, he is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me." He Ching knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related.
Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You are able to live until now because I asked Jian Yu to protect you. You cannot deny this. He Lulan looked down at He Ching. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then, she fiercely kicked He Ching. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. He Ching seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end? He Ching was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Cheng's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian'er loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me, but, I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob, 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 sob. After answering, He Ching no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Cheng's intermittent sobbing. He Cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew, since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, He Lulan's mother. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal goo even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Ching indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolon, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next, she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven Demoness had said, He Cheng was as weak as a mortal.
Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die. Ha, I am not that weak." Xiaolon. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolon. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered, she wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father, he was trapped in an outer region, it was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink, she was not in the right state of cultivation, she wiped her face with tears, she was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely, only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter." A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother." Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore, she threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her, she shook her head, even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father. Huang, don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Feathermen's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Son was like this, his daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time, Self-Guin Renzu's heart spoke, "O human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed, all living beings in the world will die, this is because Fate-Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness-Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Sun onto your path and leave the gate of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Sun will be able to escape death and obtain a new life. Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let boundless forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong, his muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Renzu felt strange, he asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow, it is always following me, I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around, I am tired, thirsty and hungry, I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny, "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow, are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu, "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my fear goo, he 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 he." Fear goo? Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once fear goo appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly, before saying to the beastman, "I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was freed, he collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear goo turned around, facing Renzu, "Oh human, you dare to look down on my fear goo, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the fear goo directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear goo made him afraid of wind, every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear goo made him afraid of sunlight, Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves, or hide under the shade of trees. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of leaves, thus Renzu left the forest, any tree could make him scream. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of snakes, in the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, fear goo made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by fear goo, he could not move far. When fear goo understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed, "Oh human, death is not scary, what is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day, I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth, "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate, I will no longer have fear in my heart, no matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? He, such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically, the other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents, there would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jioga deeply, she naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child, Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him, she could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured, he would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demonis squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse, after fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture, I will take it out temporarily. Little Lon, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights, once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demonis said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demonis' method. Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled, don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, I learned his aperture-taking method and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy, her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demonis said, no rush, I am waiting for someone. Oh? Who? Fairy Li Shan was surprised. It's me. A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength, if he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old ancestor Shui Hu. He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry, she had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits, his snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed, there was no aura left, he was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal Old Ancestor Shuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Shuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demonis had a calm expression. Shuehu, your gains were good, right? Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded, saying slowly, even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time, we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Cheng, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Shuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials, he plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely, they are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demonis actually allied with Old Ancestor Shuehu to deal with He tribe? Fong Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demonis in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demonis was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Shuehu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demonis would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Shuehu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demonis was targeting Old Ancestor Shuehu's weakness. Old Ancestor Shuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them, but most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Shuehu waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie, it was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Shuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods, it used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shuehu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation, the immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demonis kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shuehu is a trustworthy person, then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain, both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shuehu's eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demonis. He smiled, Demonis, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there. Now that He tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land again, after this matter, they will not move out easily. Demonis, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the Blessed Land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demonis laughed loudly, clapping, good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded. His figure gradually dissipated, after a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shuehu did not even glance at He Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demonis and Old Ancestor Shuehu were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 grade experts. Old Ancestor Shuehu was known as the #1 Gu immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demonis, but this time, he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu immortals would not do this. Gu immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Xuehu and Blazing Heaven Demonis could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, Rank 8 Gu immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against Old Ancestor Xuehu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestor Xuehu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation, they would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it Old Ancestor Xuehu or Blazing Heaven Demonis, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demonis or Old Ancestor Xuehu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body and the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Super Force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that Old Ancestor Xuehu had left, Blazing Heaven Demonis turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Now, let's talk about you, Fang Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xing Xiang Zi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing Heaven Demonis frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fong Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xing Xiang Zi's true identity, why did she fund Fong Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fong Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these three female immortals looked like a family, they had a close relationship. But in reality, the relationship between the three was really subtle, they were not completely united. When Fong Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fong Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Fong Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fong Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fong Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fong Yuan, he only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her third sister change her name to Su Xian Air and purposely got close to He Cheng, before entering He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian Air fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian Air's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian Air did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth and He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xian Air fell in love with He Cheng. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian Air to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation, and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity. She started to plot. Fong Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fong Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal Gu. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal Gu was a strength path immortal Gu, it was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal Gu was something that Su Xian Er left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal Gu, it had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the blazing heaven demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal Gu for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, blazing heaven demoness had learned about Fang Yuan. She was shocked by Fang Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as blazing heaven demoness who destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, blazing heaven demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's immortal Gu refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to blazing heaven demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, blazing heaven demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then blazing heaven demoness would take any immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. That any immortal Gu was crucial. Blazing heaven demoness was after the self-strength immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, blazing heaven demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal Gu in your possession. Return the immortal Gu to Little Lan, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, blazing heaven demoness would have done so long ago, it would not be so troublesome. But even as a fire path great grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal Gu. The Gu worm was already refined by Fang Yuan, he only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shuihu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal Gu in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path Gu immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or theft path had great accomplishment. Theft path was the path that thieving heaven demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. Blazing heaven demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft path had always been non-mainstream, even though thieving heaven demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If blazing heaven demoness and the other 2 immortals had theft path methods, they could directly steal the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, blazing heaven demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing heaven demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing heaven demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal Gu was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it, there was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Fang Yuan saved He Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, blazing heaven demoness and He Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fong Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, he was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dong Fong blessed land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shuehu's hands? The third card is Zishan Mikoto. Hey Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunsheng. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fong Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Mikoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Mikoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Mikoto was a rank 8 goo immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shui. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shuehu. Even if Zishan Mikoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fong Yuan called himself a junior disciple, he had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Mikoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Mikoto? Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fong Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demoness a little impatient and she urged, Fong Yuan, if you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fong Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demoness' question. Instead, he asked, did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal goo? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fong Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness answered, that's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement, it will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. Chapter 954. Hei Lulan was protected by the Blazing Heaven Demoness, so Fong Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fong Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary strength path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than Blazing Heaven Demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fong Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful strength path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new strength path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of strength path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented Blazing Heaven Demoness from refusing. The Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shuehu had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old Ancestor Shui, who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard, against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old Ancestor Shui, who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter could be pushed to Old Ancestor Shui, who no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fang Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Fang Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number. If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a strength path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of strength path immortal zombies obtained by Fang Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times, Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now, it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out, her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, blazing heaven demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fong Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing heaven demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing heaven demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fong Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into blazing heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing heaven demoness said, the time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way, I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier. Nirvana Fire? Fong Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard blazing heaven demoness words, Fong Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the life and death immortal aperture revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal, my remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture. The life and death immortal aperture revival method can only be used once, it cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing heaven demoness observed Fong Yuan's expression, seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out a mortal goo, saying to Fong Yuan, this is my third request, you have to accept this gift. If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fong Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that blazing heaven demoness took out made Fong Yuan's gaze focus, he could not move it away. There was no other reason, this mortal goo had extraordinary value, even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing heaven demoness continued, Fong Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years, after you return to your human form, you will not become an old man. Fong Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing heaven demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fong Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fong Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fong Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo, it was a treasure that Fong Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests. Rather than saying that they were blazing heaven demoness conditions, they were alluring Fong Yuan. Facing this huge temptation, while Fong Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood, blazing heaven demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards blazing heaven demoness, saying solemnly, I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request. Fong Yuan could not reject it. Because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fong Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fong Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one. She was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunsheng could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fong Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fong Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fong Yuan's master, Zishan Mikoto, for a deep discussion. Fong Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Fong Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the guts goo trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fong Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness help, the guts goo trade might expand. Third, Fong Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunsheng for help, the latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Fong Yuan would not lend immortal goo, at most, he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fong Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars, it had over 3 million years of history. It was famous, it was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air, their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiusheng's body shook, he could not stand stably, he directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Tsang Shui's forehead was full of sweat, Bai Chen Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Tsang Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless, a human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. All right. This time, the repair of Fate Immortal Goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at Fate Immortal Goo floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body, it had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chen Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, Fate Goo can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh? What is its use? Bai Tsang Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, he smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Goo's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power, its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny, and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fong Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the sixth request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Mikoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fong Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fong Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fong Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his two aunts, he returned Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fong Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fong Yuan's unwillingness to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Fong Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fong Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fong Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Fong Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Mikoto standing behind Fong Yuan. He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu. With Fong Yuan's conscious backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Qing personally, she felt like her world had changed, her breathing became much smoother, she felt like she had a new life. These Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness, Aunt. Don't you want He Fan's Time Path Inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her Aunt, her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued, next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No! Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian Er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian Er's footsteps. How could the two aunts allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Aunts, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The four supreme elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the two ants fearlessly, smiling. I know ants care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her ants and Fang Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. Alright, you can rest assured. He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, and was one of the immortal goo that Fang Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up. She played with attitude goo in her hands. That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful. With attitude goo and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Fang Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 956. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask. Her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor. She had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the Fairy Black Moon that Fang Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude goo does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing attitude goo. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world. It seems that He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Fong Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was, she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then, how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Fong Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Fong Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Fong Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Fong Yuan and almost caused Fong Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Fong Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life, He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lianyun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Suhao said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy, I just want to save brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation, I only want to save brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator, she was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? Ah! The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, even if you do not ascend immediately. After inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sect's strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Shuihu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued, I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyan will grow after inheriting this inheritance. Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyan becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is thieving heaven demon Venerable's doing. Hee, compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Jioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife, Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Jioge disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Bai Qing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the two Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Jioge. He has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring, his words were practically absolute in the sect, he suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend thieving heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood thieving heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyan? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Qimhong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy, but Zhao Lianyan has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Qimhong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Bai Qing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyan had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world, one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh! She came out, so fast. In front of the two immortals. Zhao Lianyan's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, thieving heaven's inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple? Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyan had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment, she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it, did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. Li Juning was anxious, she grabbed Zhao Lianyan's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyan frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then, a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyan was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyan? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 immortal killer move divine concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable created theft path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that thieving heaven demon Venerable had two great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyan stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Li Juning nodded. That's right. Divine Concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these three things: thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued, this is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it. That is divine concealment. It can make a Gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyan was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyan was still a mortal and not a Gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to Gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, after thieving heaven demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless, they are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use thieving heaven demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyan's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing, then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyan blinked, saying shocking words, besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance? And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyan brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Zhouge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Zhouge went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Zhouge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said. Then what do we do now? Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyan looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Zhouge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Zhouge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyan was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal goo masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only goo immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Fong Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fong Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Goo formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Goo immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Goo formation of this level. Fong Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Goo refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fong Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Goo refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Goo formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Goo immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Goo masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star Thought Immortal Goo. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Fong Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Goo masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Goo worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Goo immortals refine Goo, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Goo was like playing bowling. The Goo immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Goo refinement succeed. The Goo immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will and the Goo immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demonis is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining immortal Goo is too difficult and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Langya. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal Goo or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Goo refinement. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal Goo he refined in his life was shocking. Although Longhair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Fong Yuan's Goo refinement failed again and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Langya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal Goo first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Fong Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in snowy mountain blessed land any longer. Ever since the Battle of Killing Heicheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demonis was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demonis had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. they were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Xuehu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Xuehu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fong Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. "Fairy, please enlighten me." Fairy Li Shan sighed. "The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo will have to stop for some time." "Why?" Fong Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fong Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fong Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Xuehu reached a compromise. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Xuehu knew their limits. They reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains Righteous Path Forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to old ancestor Xuehu's theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters, a small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City's storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even use the Goo Refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demonis had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fong Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, it seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shuehu stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fong Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demonis was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fong Yuan. If not for the fact that Fong Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demonis, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fong Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demonis was, Fong Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fong Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demonis had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demonis had to pay Fong Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fong Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demonis was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fong Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fong Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demonis' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demonis had provided to Fong Yuan were all written off. Fong Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demonis had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fong Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demonis was quite unlucky. She funded Fong Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fong Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demonis anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis had tampered with those immortal materials, Fong Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fong Yuan already knew the details of the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms, he knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition: the Goo Immortal's Fire Path Dao marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demonis had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fong Yuan. After all, Fong Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fong Yuan's previous plan was to modify the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another Immortal Goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core Immortal Goo would be the Immortal Goo that Fong Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary Wisdom Path Goo Immortals did not have this confidence, but Fong Yuan was very confident. The reason was his Hu Immortal Blessed Land contained Wisdom Goo. The effect of rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply amazing. Fong Yuan had to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive. But he could only use it once per Immortal Aperture. After rebirth, he could not use Wisdom Goo. If Fong Yuan improved the Nirvana Flame, He could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Goo would continue to provide Feng Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Goo and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Feng Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Goo formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Feng Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Goo. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Goo. With all 3, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Goo Immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use Wisdom Goo in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Feng Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Feng Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyan had already secretly entered Luopa Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Jioga. And the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Goo Immortal. He was an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huang Jin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a Central Continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Goo Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyan, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you. If I save Lord Feng Jioga, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyan asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask, his figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog, his true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioga, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyan's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything. Because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. Feng Jioga's voice came again. See, I was right, right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon, you have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyan was overjoyed. Lord Feng, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Jioge. Next, she saw that Feng Jioge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Jioge. Zhao Lianyan called out softly. Feng Jioge slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyan to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyan looked at it in confusion, before looking at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyan was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face, he revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty, the long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell, he felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on, he needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler, it needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Feng Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Feng Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet, it did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was night time now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Feng Yuan did not want to waste this time, he activated Connecting Heaven Gu, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, Feng Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Feng Yuan to pass this round of immortal goo feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Feng Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal goo. He had too many immortal goo on him now. Very few goo immortals. He had so many immortal goo. Feeding these immortal goo was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal goo was more important than quantity. Like Xue Songzi, he only had 1 immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal goo. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal goo and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves. To deal with all kinds of situations. Fong Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal goo could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare, even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies was finalized. Fong Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star-thought immortal goo, Fong Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo, he did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine star-thought immortal goo, Fong Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. But most of his funds were invested in the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fong Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star Form Land's spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fong Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Fong Yuan's need for Star Form Blessed Land was no longer as urgent as before. Fong Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fong Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now, everything was ready, he only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fong Yuan would revive and create a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own Immortal Aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fong Yuan's future would be bright. Fong Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fong Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains, I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly, before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley, Fong Yuan sighed, thinking of the open-door goo and closed-door goo in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago, they had made it their headquarters. If Fong Yuan had rashly gone there earlier, without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death. The difference between them and the enemy was too great, there was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fong Yuan nodded, agreeing, Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Goo Immortals. But Central Continent Goo Immortals are outsiders, they cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fong Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Goo Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fong Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fong Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield, thus he knew this precious information. Sigh, there are actually many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. The members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves. This mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fong Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Cho Jiu. Fong Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. Alright, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fong Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Fong Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open door Gu and closed door Gu. He also wanted to know about these 2 Gu worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley? I don't agree. Fong Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Fong Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took out open door Gu and closed door Gu. Just like how He Lulan exposed attitude Gu, these Gu worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it. She might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Fong Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Fong Yuan smiled, don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a Gu immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demonis had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Fong Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her 2 aunts' influence to force Fong Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Fong Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Fong Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demonis was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining Gu, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed, anyway, Fong Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Fong Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no, someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Fong Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, They ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent, he was not willing to do so, he was only a temporary fighter, he was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others, he had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news, his right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of thieving heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the thieving heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Lianyan was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyan's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness' relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains. On the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Princess Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Princess Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Princess Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Princess Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Princess Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Princess Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Princess Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The 3 started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fong Yuan used open-door goo and closed-door goo. There was no reaction. Open-door goo and closed-door goo were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up goo formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fong Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyan. It was a central continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's impatience came to save Feng Jioge too late. Fong Yuan came to Luo Pa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luo Pa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fong Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fong Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fong Yuan nodded and activated his immortal goo, pulling up the whole of Luo Pa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless goo worms flew around. They actually took away Luo Pa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fong Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luo Pa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luo Pa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luo Pa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many goo immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fong Yuan could take Luo Pa Valley. But he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luo Pa Valley. Fong Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly. They are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Liao, two female goo immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Fong Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luo Pa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal goo was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many goo immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's impatience would not give up. The central continent goo immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal goo, there was no need to think about them. They were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me. Let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioge died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyan and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyan. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the blessed land. This is the blessed land. He Lulan brought Fong Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the blessed land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms, they resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Qing grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature, He Qing could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luo Pa Valley, she called the land spirit. The blessed land's land spirit had a unique appearance, it was a green vine. The vine was like clothes, it was attached to the familial love that Su Xian Er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan, the land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian Er forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. To think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian Er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian Er, even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian Er looked at He Lulan with affection, her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian Er called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the three and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. Chapter 961. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while, the Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting, among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Jioga's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Jioga died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation, he did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Jioga actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Jioga left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Jioga's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House, he even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued, the information path Gu Worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu Worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Jioga's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Jioga so deeply. Similarly, Feng Jioge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now, I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the central continent, but you died in the northern plains. Fairy Bai Qing didn't dare to open her eyes, she was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh Bai Qing. Bai Qing, you have to be strong. At this time. Don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Jioge's final words in blood. Before Feng Jioge died, he wrote the two words Bo Qing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Feng Jioge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Feng Jioge is investigating the truth behind 88-point Xinyang Tower's collapse in northern plains. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Jioge and Bo Qing are very similar. Back then, Bo Qing was much stronger than Feng Jioge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Bo Qing's information. I only want to know, why did Feng Jioge leave behind the two words Bo Qing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while. Before a Gu immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Feng Jioge's opponent, Qin Bai Sheng, used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. And this killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Jioge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower has something to do with Bo Qing. According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, it was more or less related to Bo Qing. And Bo Qing is a Gu immortal of our Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue. Indeed. Bo Qing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Jioge's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Jioge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had two rank 8 Gu immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These two rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear.
They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate. There was no need for rank 8 Gu immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world, The truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Jioge was invincible in Central Continent. His importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Jioge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort, it is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu immortals felt a headache, the territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu immortals. Even if they were split into two halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Jioge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Baiqing was silent. The Gu immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources, they were shouting non-stop, they did not mention Feng Jioge anymore. It was as if Feng Jioge's final existence was the discussion of Bo Qin earlier. Fairy Baiqing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Baiqing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her, even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Yinyan did Fairy Baiqing's eyes brighten, she paid close attention to this. If Feng Jioge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jioge was gone, Zhao Yinyan appeared out of nowhere, she became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing naturally loved her children, she was very concerned about Zhao Yinyan. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Yinyan inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances, did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, these are 2 top-tier defensive immortal killer moves, we are still researching them, but from the current situation, they are unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Yinyan's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Yinyan. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves, they do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet, we are still experimenting.
Oh, Zhao Yinyan was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible, we can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shuehu has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded, continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Yinyan's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-star child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, all the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Gu, you need to activate it first. Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-star child replied solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror said again. Seven-star child did not speak, he stopped using this information path immortal killer move as the mirror vanished. Then, he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed, her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly, "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately, you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you, cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself, your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a goo in your body, you are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights, you can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits, if you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it." Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. "Mother, don't." Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves, the cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Jioga's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Qing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Qing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days, she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Qing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing. On her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jioga's shadow. Feng Jioga was gone, Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize that time was passing, she had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, "Huang Er, wait for Mother to return in 7 days, during this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit, they would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House, the sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Qing to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Qing found that Bo Qing's experience was actually very similar to Feng Jioge's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's immortal companion, Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Qing and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Qing did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. Don't tell me, the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Qing knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to help her husband Bo Qing undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Qing, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Qing died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down, they had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Qing continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of falling heavenly river. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing resolutely decided to explore falling heavenly river herself. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course she would not do that, she had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of falling heavenly river, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals about this. Although the price was not small. But it saved a lot of time. Along falling heavenly river, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later. The travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was falling heavenly river? This was falling heavenly river. A huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Jioge in her early years, and had seen falling heavenly river. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Jioge, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Jioge back then. It was about the reason for the formation of falling heavenly river. Feng Jioge spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were 2 explanations for this. One was that falling heavenly river was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp, he used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these 2 holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the 2 holes and poured down together. It smashed into Central Continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in central continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Feng Jioga smiled and replied, I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, falling heavenly river's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gu immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, falling heavenly river's water flow slows down, rank 7 Gu immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gu immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal Gu for this trip, they were all to help her enter falling heavenly river. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 Gu immortal, her only chance was to enter falling heavenly river at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now, falling heavenly river was very close, Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, the sky was covered in layers of burning clouds, the radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant falling heavenly river in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted, a huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, she quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the myriad eyes clear bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu, a long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing central continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run. A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God! It has caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong-yi gritted his teeth, he was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong-yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong-yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters, his cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge, it was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright, his soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong-yi also sensed that the golden horned centipede was close to him, his hair stood on end, he had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong-yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong-yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals, this number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong-yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong-yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration, some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Fang Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong-yi was definitely a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong-yi was the golden horned centipede. Following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong-yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong-yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up, it is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy, it had hundreds of legs on the ground, it was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open, saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong-yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier, he could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape, he could only stay with Hong-yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong-yi actually escaped the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then, it would descend again. When the golden horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground, its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running, his speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot! The mini-man laughed loudly, he was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, wild goo worms had limited intelligence, their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horned centipede, you idiot. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment, you are the idiot. I told you, the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid, we can leave after stealing the 100 flowers due, but you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack, that was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's. Ugh! But there was no helping it, this was the height. Idiot, run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation, he shivered in fear, his entire body trembled, he could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course, there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's butt. The mini-man felt despair, he was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's butt. But now, Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's butt, the wound was no longer obstructed, blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood, blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it, the two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his butt as he ran, the golden horned centipede chased him relentlessly, this situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Goo Masters had little primeval essence to begin with, it was not durable. And killer moves used many goo worms at the same time, the expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching, Hong Yi was forced into a dead end, he had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me, my body is so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty, he did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white, all living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden horn centipede goo was gone, it was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss, he could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sect's territory, it is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading goo master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any goo immortals, it was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land, the only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings, they might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, if we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading goo master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading goo master spoke loudly, "Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you about it." Swoosh! Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur, they subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open, they were motionless, they were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface, the remnant sword path Dao marks were here, isolating the water path Dao marks, the seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Goo, his withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Goo. This time, the restoration of Fate Goo was a huge success, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and Bai Chen Tian, who had restored Fate Goo with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Goo immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up, they had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Goo immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Goo immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly, that was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Goo will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Goo recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged, he was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river, her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene, she personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing, large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it, there were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools and other natural traps, even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long, many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood, they started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood, her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chen Tian, Bai Tsang Shui and Lian Jiao Sheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome, the sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Baichen Tian returned first, followed by Baitsang Shui. Last was Lian Jiusheng. Lian Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out, the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of central continent is in chaos now. Falling heavenly river's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Baitsang Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui. You specialize in water path, I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Baichen Tian said, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu, this feeling of unease cannot be underestimated, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. The source of falling heavenly river has changed, it seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals, you can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will float it in the air. Gu Immortal Jin Liang was in the fire, he was tall and sturdy, he had golden hair and fiery eyes, his rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to first Supreme Elder, you should look for Shirlei for this matter, he is the immortal Monkey King, Feng Jioga is no longer around, he is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled, Jin Liang, although Shirlei is strong, the huge combat immortal sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Liang's mind moved, he suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists, ha! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation. Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed, he quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist, he was tall and had a refined appearance, he nodded with a smile, I came out because of the change in falling heavenly river. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling heavenly river, I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling heavenly river's source, who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present, Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling heavenly river's source. Li Junying's will said. Oh? Did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned, Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation, she is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength, who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's will laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh? There is such a thing. I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, "This matter is undeniably true." Before Feng Jioge went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, "Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal is the fortune of our spirit affinity house. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling heavenly river, we will not send any reinforcements, we will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders." Tian Ti Mountain. Such sword light Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, for the sake of love, maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword Path Gu Master Jian Yisheng raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling heavenly river is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals, maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Yisheng made up his mind and flew out of Tian Ti Mountain, towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Yisheng, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling heavenly river from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil, a huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him, star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface, some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky, instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me." Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Feng Yuan is about to return." Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened, she squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature. But his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Feng Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Feng Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving. But firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time, it was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal goo from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Fong Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Fong Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Na Mei Peak. East of Li Chiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this goo. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals, any goo immortal could enter. All of them will be killed." Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal goo, her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Fong Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Fong Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal goo. Then, he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary, there's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart, he had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head, he had a doubt in his heart. Why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people, why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now, he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a goo formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought, the Old Man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal goo for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the Old Man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed goo immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal goo, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal goo, or did he meet with some accident?" The Old Man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ningbing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The Old Man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed goo immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him, it is normal for him to have such a reaction. The black-robed goo immortal saw the leisurely expression of the old man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lon and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan." Old man Yenshir nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his goo immortal strength, turning him back to a mortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly." The black-robed goo immortal suggested. He, why do you think I want to use him?" The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fong Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed goo immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. "Inkstone. You chose Bai Ningbing, is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength?" No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. "This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate." "What? He is also one?" The black-robed goo immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail, "Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's Celestial Court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate. In a way, he has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it." The black-robed goo immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued, "Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger." After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry, with his personality, he will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed goo immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, "These days, I've been very busy. I have investigated many times but did not find any traces of a goo formation. Sigh. If there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything, I can only blame myself for not being able to do it." Bai Ningbing sighed, his body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal goo. The immortal goo gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, so this immortal goo is a big eater. He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal goo's light became brighter and brighter, its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat, he was worried. I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence, why is there still no movement? So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal goo in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal goo had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated, he was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river, their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned, and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified. The rank 8 Gu immortal had the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with the great strength, true martial physique. You are a mere rank 7, you actually want to challenge my reputation? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone, Martial duel Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine. The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 Gu immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, this is actually an immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is this? The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled proudly, let me teach you, this is the immortal Gu house I created, graceful chaotic duel stage. Graceful chaotic duel ring. Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, there was no such immortal Gu house in the current southern border Gu immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 Gu immortal to return it. Martial Dotian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal defeated Martial duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal could not take his life, he could only give up on this graceful chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat Martial duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable, and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came. Or a meteor falling, or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell, the immortal goo that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal goo. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past, in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where two goo immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal goo house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic dual stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal goo's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal goo is not small, it will definitely attract the attention of other goo immortals. Time waits for no man, I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal goo house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The goo immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered, was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic dual stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess, could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal goo house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered, the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Fong Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fong Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fong Yuan, he could not deny that Fong Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic duel stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news, as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat, they will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead, his expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal, I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long, I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone, ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fong Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance, even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense, a feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Imo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Imo Yao. It seems that Imo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent, it was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well, who knows how many secrets are hidden within. As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yixing focused their attention on the immortal goo that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal goo auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal goo. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing, they only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qingkong had an immortal zombie body, his divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't. Because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably." What secret? She had come to explore the source of the Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jioge's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioge's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou state. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou state?" Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, "Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioge's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioge, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. it shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat, my celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice. They saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path Gu immortal by Tsang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tian, and Lian Jiu Sheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more Gu worms, they worked day and night to repair the Gu worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement Gu worms. The Gu worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the Gu worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply. Holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged, Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking. Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic duel stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's goo immortals making a move. Even rank 8 goo immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's goo immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, immortal zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's goo immortal Baizang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Baizang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Baizang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a goo formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the goo formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards immortal zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, immortal zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were goo immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's goo immortal Baizang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply, sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp. He was cut into 2, even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No. He is not Envoy Qing, his mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate. They were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun could not escape or evade, they could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fong Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fong Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fong Yuan only had these few strength path immortal goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fong Yuan to experiment with, Fong Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fong Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death blessed land, to regain my life. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luo Pavali, Tai Bai Yuncheng had already repaired it not long ago. Fong Yuan had also tried to enter Luo Pavali to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Dang Han Mountain. Together with Dang Han Mountain's Guts Goo, Fong Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fong Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now, he could ignore it. Fong Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fong Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path goo worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fong Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Langya, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fong Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fong Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step, my connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fong Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fong Yuan returned to the southern border alone, and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fong Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up a goo immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Northern Plains, using Luo Pa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal Gu houses, but the aura of Northern Plains Gu immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fong Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a Northern Plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary Gu immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ning Bing was nowhere to be found. Fong Yuan looked at it 3 times, he pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fong Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became, his immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fong Yuan had to stop, he knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fong Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk, he turned around to look.
He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with Gu immortal aura, she was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Seeing Fong Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Meihua, people call me Granny Meihua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fong Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fong Yuan had not seen Granny Meihua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female Gu master Hu Mei heir. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a Gu immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fong Yuan was wearing a green robe, his sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fong Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was tall and thin, he looked like a middle-aged man, he had a tall nose bridge, his eyes were long and thin, his pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy, he was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Meihua, I have long heard of your name. I am Shengying, I am just a villager. Fong Yuan replied. Shengying. Li Meihua engraved this name in her heart, she could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fong Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves, they were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted, they showed up one after another. Fong Yuan, who was disguised as Shengying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Meihua contacted were mostly similar to Fong Yuan. Li Meihua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic, this made Fong Yuan feel suspicious. Fong Yuan was about to speak, but Li Meihua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fong Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fong Yuan to travel together. Fong Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Meihua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fong Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fong Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously, some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fong Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fong Yuan yet. But Granny Meihua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Meihua, you brought another one? Ha ha ha, this time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Meihua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much, I was only doing my best. Li Meihua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them, she handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce, this brother is Sheng Ying, he is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Meihua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong, I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression, he was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long, she had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it.
Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, that Pine-tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Meihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much, he spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Fang Yuan was in disguise, vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days, during this period, Headless Mountain and Pine-tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6, every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up, the Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yumu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks, they were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Bai Sheng was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiu Gu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength, he was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Baizang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. The higher the Gu immortals rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yumu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold, countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death. Because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yumu Chun. No! I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yumu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal goo. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yumu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yumu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chun's immortal goo awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yumu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing." Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yumu Chun's words, "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chun looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yumu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus sect's control. But now, Seven-Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yumu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus sect and turned to combat Immortal sect. "I hope I can stall them." Yumu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yumu Chun working together with immortal zombie Bo Qing to attack combat Immortal sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect, Combat Immortal sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. "There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Baizang Shui is dead. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal sect. We need to quickly go and save them." The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. "Go!" The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon, they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force: Shao clan. It was said that southern borders Shao clan and western deserts Shao clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western deserts Shao clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao clan was once a super force. But the last Gu immortal, Shao clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao clan's main village at the waist of the mountain, his eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Shao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head, reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall, he wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation, clan leader, don't worry. Shao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Shao Cui. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Shao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful, we cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Shao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing, he sighed deeply, his face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Shao Zifeng, alright, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Shao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again, the depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Shao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Shao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Shao clan's forbidden area. This is Shao clan's forbidden area, even if I am Shao clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Shao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again, my descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Shao clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Shao clan, quickly come here and obtain my inheritance, the important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Shao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal. Shao clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true. My Shao clan really had a Gu immortal. This voice, let me feel it is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, in this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan, even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Shao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Shao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Shao clan's reputation and change everything. Shao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Shao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Shao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Shao Mang suddenly appeared with a large group of Shao clan elders behind him. Shao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions, he had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Shao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance, he did not dare to speak casually, he was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Shao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Mang shouted, his expression was ruthless and furious, excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Imo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yu Mu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yu Mu Chun continued, illusory demon immortal died long ago. This immortal goo house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lien Jiuxing appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect, your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious, he swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lien Jiuxing shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable, it broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly, he was very unhappy. Yu Mu Chun's eyes flashed, he sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions, and light bloomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated. Xiao Mang's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Shao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Mang seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Mang gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly, Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives. As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless, it is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy is too strong, we should retreat first. That's right, there is still time. Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the two rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Humph. Xiao Mang spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, these two are also stray dogs, although their cultivation is high, they do not have many Gu worms, what is there to be afraid of? But even though he said that, Xiao Mang knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death, I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a righteous path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the righteous path, he can only flee for his life, his battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future, that is the wiser choice. Thinking of this, Xiao Mang no longer tried to be brave. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now, just wait, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go. After saying these ruthless words, Xiao Mang led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The two demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms, they did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Panghu. Seeing Xiao Mang leave, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the two Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply, this time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless, he will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me, I can heal my injuries myself, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Xiao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The two of us won't leave. Xiao Mang can come if he wants, I will accompany him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Panghu said heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him, he still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years. To help the needy. Saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again, "Foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal goo, you have the ability to create Shao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully." Shao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal goo and obtain the method to become a goo immortal. "On this mountain, we will gather goo masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal goo, becoming a goo immortal." Shao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. "Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power." Shao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the two sides were in love and chatted merrily. Shao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Shao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Shao Shan is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path Shao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you two brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero. Such a grand plan." Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ruthlessness flashed on his face. "Damn it, I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years. I have been on the run for my life. I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you. Let's do this." "Good brother." Shao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, "The demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Tian Village. This mountain will be called Tian Mountain." Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Tian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the Battle of Tian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. "In my previous life, my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes. Who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life?" Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The goo worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Tian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, Then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal goo house and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Border's goo immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li goo immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal goo masters battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal goo masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal goo house was infected, it would turn into the goo immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the goo immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the goo immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Shao Shan was the person chosen by Shao Clan's supreme elder. He not only had Shao Clan's supreme elder's immortal goo, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao Clan's supreme elder's battle will. But Shao Shan was a mere mortal, he could only see the phantom image of an immortal goo, he simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Shao Shan, Shao Meng was also a pawn of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If not for Shao Clan's supreme elder's arrangement, how could Shao Meng coincidentally find out about Shao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Shao Shan repelled Shao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Tian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Shao Shan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Shao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic goo masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Shao clan had established the Shao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Shao Shan had let these demonic path goo masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes, he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic goo masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many goo masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Shao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Border's goo immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path goo masters and lone cultivator goo masters joined Tian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Tian's stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Shao Shan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of goo masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Shao Shan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etien's stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts, they were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a goo immortal. This rank 6 demonic path goo immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Guo Lao. Come, brother Xingying, have a taste. How does my melon wine taste? Guo Lao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Guo Lao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded, and commented, "Not bad. Not bad." Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Guo observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave, "I wonder what Brother Xingying thinks about the southern border gamble." Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble. In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal Gu masters. It was still the Gu immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal Gu house had appeared. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etian Mountain, and help the Gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Gu immortal refined into the immortal Gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Gu house would obtain the most bets. But other Gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Guo Lao, who was in front of Fang Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent, Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Fang Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Guo Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Fang Yuan. "Brother Xingying, you are right, you are absolutely right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation, even though the duel has just started, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is in the lead. Shao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Shao Shan and Shao Mang, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Shao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow." Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Guo Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. "That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etian Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise, if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying. I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed, he was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal goo as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal goo, why would I need to scheme for this immortal goo house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal goo, yet you want to scheme for an immortal goo house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical, your appetite is too big? Xingying, you. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal goo aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal goo. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any goo immortal with an immortal goo, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, this made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal goo, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingying, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up, he laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, I was rude, please don't blame me, Brother Xingying. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, you can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, humph. Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Guo Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength, how could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Guo Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to reports, this rank 7 righteous path goo immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation, his strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful, it was just around the corner. He was the only goo immortal left in Shao Clan. Without the support of the clan's goo immortals, he would not be able to survive alone, he would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal goo house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Mang, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Mang was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao Clan's supreme elder had made ample preparations. The two rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal Gu. It is enough to make other Gu immortals wary. They will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Borders Gu immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Borders Gu immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The forbidden zone for immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Tian Mountain. Any Gu immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Borders Gu immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder had placed an Immortal Gu in Shao Shan's body, and secretly left behind Immortal Essence to protect Shao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Shao Shan was a descendant of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but Gu immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this forbidden zone only targets Gu immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between Immortal Gu and Gu immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Tian Mountain. I am different from others. I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture, if I become a mortal rank 5 Gu master again, would I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture. But he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path Aperture Taking Method. Maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old Immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old Immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Tian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic duel stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal goo house. And this immortal goo house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single goo worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal goo. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Yitian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Yitian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom goo was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal goo. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Yitian Mountain had already swept through southern border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiao Shan created Yitian village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu Clan, the super force closest to Yitian Mountain. Wu Shentong, Wu Clan Elder, rank 4 Peak Stage, Enslavement Path Goo Master. Enslavement Path Goo Masters specialized in fighting one against many. They were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shentong had 3 rank 4 Goo Masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Goo Masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu Clan. The last one was Wu Clan Elder, his personal guard, Wu Shentong. The Beast Group attacked Yitian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Yitian village of the demonic path was drowned by the Beast Group. Many demonic path Goo Masters died, but with the attacks of Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Goo Masters, Wu Shentong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Goo Masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shentong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Yitian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shentong did not die, Xiao Shan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shentong, a demonic path Goo Master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shentong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuan Feng. He was also a rank 5 Goo Master, and was known as the #1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Goo immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai Clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuan Feng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shentong and resolve Yitian Stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu Clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang Clan, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These 2 Goo Masters were not simple, they were Goo Masters of southern border. The famous Flying Master. Yitian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang, the righteous path invited a female Goo Master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Fei Yu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of 2 demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Fei Yu's life and death, Shang Clan's reinforcements arrived. It was White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yan Fei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang, eventually stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 great flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the righteous and demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King walked up Tian Mountain, the enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wuxin Tong, they had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between righteous and demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The Battle of Tian Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Tian Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Tian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiao Shan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Tian Mountain did not have Wang Xiao, and was almost suppressed by the righteous path. Fortunately, there was Second Zombie King. He appeared in advance and saved the demonic path's decline. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain and became an enslavement path Gu Master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Tian Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck, he needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demonis for help. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demonis took the chance to ask for a higher price. She mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demonis, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight, they could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere. They wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal Gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other Gu Immortals. They would know the pros and cons of the move. They could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed Vaguely Familiar Face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demonis. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle, all of them were heavily injured. They stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body was straight, he was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils, a sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu Immortals were shocked, 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move, he was like a statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. They had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left. The remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The celestial court Gu immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the celestial court Gu immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to celestial court and store it properly. I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiu Sheng used the immortal Gu House illusion garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him, they could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiu Sheng also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiu Sheng to go to the source of Falling Heavenly River to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions. In that case, I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Interfering with my deductions. And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted. The immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, he had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Gu's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes. But they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat, he was trembling and his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger. A huge danger. If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal zombie Bo Ching is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Gu immortals, this is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate, he left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards floating Maple Cliff. On this floating Maple Cliff, there was a huge Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the Gu formation resolutely, a loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook. At the same time, in southern border. I finally succeeded. Fong Yuan had already changed his appearance, he sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Tian Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kong Ju inheritance, Fong Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fong Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Tian Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples, the zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang, they had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Xing Shou. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, he was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses, many of the injured recovered quickly, they did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow, thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Xing Shou. In the end, Dr. Xing Shou was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fu Shi played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, killer ghost Dr. Chou Jiu ascended Tian Mountain, suppressing Dr. Xing Shou and salvaging the situation. Chou Jiu saved many demonic path Gu Masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiao Shan was still 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. Because of Chou Jiu's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Xing Shou. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Chou Jiu. Phantom Path Inheritor, Yen Clan's young clan leader Yen Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Tian Mountain and killed Chou Jiu before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted, they attacked again, starting the 6th righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Chou Jiu had remnant life Gu, as long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yen Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yen Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain and joined Yitian village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Yitian village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile, he buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him, he started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Yitian village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them, he was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence, using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body, it was extraordinary. Days passed, the righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts, after a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path's scheme. Next, southern borders super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense, it affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought, it looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other, it was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them, his understanding of southern borders Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Yitian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one, we can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Gu immortals who were 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Gu masters on Yitian Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, 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 he could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain, he had been racing against time, he had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger, he had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed, they were descending towards Yitian Mountain in a grandiose manner. "This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation." A Gu immortal cried out in shock. "No, 1,000 pearl light tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation? Many Gu immortals were baffled. Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation? Most Gu immortals immediately looked towards Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal Gu was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the Gu immortals. They did not find him. The Gu immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Yitian Mountain but did not find any rank 5 Gu masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the 1,000 pearl light tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case. Don't let the tribulation affect Yitian Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some Gu immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border Gu immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating Gu immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many 1,000 pearl light tribulations, there were many southern border Gu immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the 1,000 pearls light tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some Gu immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Yitian Mountain, to prevent mortal Gu masters from sensing the abnormalities. He. Rank 8 lone immortal Puncture Long stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite Gu immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 Gu immortal Yi Qing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant Gu immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Gu immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 Gu immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned grim.
He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now, do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a Gu immortal reminded. The sky was dark, it was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation? It can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes." Something is wrong, even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes. The scale of this tribulation is too huge, it is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it. Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned, all the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals were injured. One Gu immortal, Guo Lao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal goo. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Guo Lao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qing Tang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu immortals began to imitate Guo Lao. Most of these people were low-level Gu immortals. They did not have immortal Gu and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Guo Lao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning. The third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate Beast Chi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Chi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu immortal Jia Yi shouted, petty tricks. Get lost. He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions.
The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Chi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jia Yi, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jia Yi, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the Gu formation and dissipated, while the Gu formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring, they don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world. The Gu immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. Howl! A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this for blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path Gu immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Gu immortals, preserve our strength. The Gu immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Tian Mountain. Fong Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but they could not block Fong Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Gu immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Gu immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant goo formation, trapping all the Southern Border Goo Immortals. The Southern Border Goo Immortals wanted to escape and attack the goo formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 Goo Immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 Goo Immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Goo formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Peng Long made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Goo formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What goo formation is this? The Southern Border Immortals saw this, their hearts sank to rock bottom, they could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another, it was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Goo Immortals gradually attacked less and defended more, they lost the initiative. Hold on. Jia Yi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless, they target us, they also affect the surrounding Goo formation. The Immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 Goo Immortals had already died, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on, they still had hope in their hearts. Once the Goo formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Yen Shi. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wu Xia! He called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors, the colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall, the lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky, the corners of his mouth were wide open, his smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth, he looked somewhat silly. Wu Xia! Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young Goo Immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly, these are not simple fireworks, these are tribulations, although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence, it wants to destroy us, it is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed, Providence is not a specific enemy, it is everywhere, it is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Goo Immortal was stunned, then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time, Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared, we will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wu Xia, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the Southern Border Goo Immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion, it has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Goo formation, it will not last for long. Next, I and several other Goo Immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power, it is just one step away from completion. The Southern Border Goo Immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing! The young Goo Immortal's eyes stared blankly, he was in a daze. Old man Yenshir continued in a deep voice, after I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 Gu Immortal, you only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger, until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 Gu Immortal, no one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young Gu Immortal had a confused expression. Old man Inkstone chuckled, of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world, it is the strongest peak, there cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young Gu Immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently, everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young Gu master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old man Yenshir took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Southern Border Gu Immortals, Etian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, the time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice, it will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide, for the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Gu Immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, be careful of yourself. Failing at the last step, he revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty.
While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said, failing at the last step, he had no more time, he completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the Gu formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the Southern Border Gu Immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash, the Southern Border Gu Immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge Gu formation. 10 Gu Immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the Southern Border Gu Immortals. Among them, 9 Gu Immortals were wearing black robes, their faces were covered by hoods, they were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young Gu Immortal Ing Wuxie. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago, it was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this Gu formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the Gu formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the Southern Border Gu Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Hai Yang could no longer protect the other Rank 6 Gu Immortals, he chose a direction and attacked the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Deceiving fool, die. He shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons, it roared as it charged towards a black-robed goo immortal. Protect him. The other 3 rank 8 goo immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Hai Yang. With the help of others, Ren Hai Yang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Ing Wu Xie saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed goo immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious goo immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed goo immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava.
The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh! Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed goo immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border goo immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 extreme immortal zombie, blazing glory lightning brilliance." This person was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Shuehu, he was rescued by blazing heaven Demonis and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border goo immortals. No. If it was Zombie Alliance, blazing heaven Demonis would definitely know about it. Maybe. Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border goo immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Hai Yang's attack failed. He could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The rank 8 goo immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many rank 6 goo immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty goo immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 goo immortals could only drift with the waves. Like small boats in a storm, they could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain, it could not be broken. The southern border goo immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an immortal goo house. Only an immortal goo house could have superb defense, to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the goo immortals. At the same time, the immortal goo house's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border goo immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border goo immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm immortal goo. The immortal goo's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Tian Mountain and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Goo immortal Jia Yi shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 goo immortals were left. The rank 7 Gu immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Etion Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Etion Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light, they gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etion Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark, they had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etion Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal Gu masters would be annihilated. Feng Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border Gu immortals, even Feng Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Shaohun blessed land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This Gu formation isolates the inside and outside, it actually restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength immortal Gu, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border Gu immortals outside the Forbidden Zone had no hope of taking this immortal Gu house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal Gu was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal Gu's aura could be easily detected, only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Feng Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the Forbidden Zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Feng Yuan's first vital Gu, it had always been sealed in Feng Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Feng Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Feng Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal Gu and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal Gu, but not a second immortal Gu. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border Gu immortals, there were also Space Path Gu immortals with Space Path immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of Space Path. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more Gu immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were injured, they knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed Gu immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Peng Shilong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal snow war tribulation lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this tribulation lightning, with more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The four immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the tribulation lightning, allowing the four immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence. Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern borders for rank 8 Goo Immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the Goo formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed Goo Immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom! Both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The four immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed Goo Immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shi Long frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed Goo Immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed Goo Immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the four southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart, the 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Goo formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the four immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Goo Immortal Ing Wuxia. Among all the Goo Immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming. Don't be nervous, use your best method." The black-robed Goo Immortal beside him reminded. "I am not nervous, I am not nervous." Ing Wuxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the four immortals were getting closer, Ing Wuxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good, good, good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique, you are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you, and who am I? Ing Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Ing Wuxia. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing Wuxia's mind. Ing Wuxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those Celestial Court Goo Immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Goo Immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms, you need to practice it then. The memories stopped, the four immortals were already in front of him. Among them, fierce Wind Jia-yi was at the forefront. Ing Wu-xie's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead, Soul, Enter, Dream. The four immortals' speed fell, they were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Lad, you dare to trick us! Peng Shilong was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia-yi started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation activated, the attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia-yi. Jia-yi did not move, the layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the Gu formation's attack. Jia-yi was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp, he actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 Gu immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia-yi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful! Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended, countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border Gu immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border Gu immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal, Jia-yi, who had the name Quang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Ing Wu-xie was indeed a loophole in the formation. But his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia-yi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia-yi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin, their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals that entered the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal Gu house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal Gu house strong enough to break the Gu formation. Time passed mercilessly, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, sigh, now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out. But when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were left, Yitian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook, he had not refined the immortal Gu house yet, then who was it? Boom! Mountain rocks cracked, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal Gu house. flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die! A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the celestial court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might, it easily broke the 10 extreme formation, the 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time, he could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down, it shot towards Etian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed up. He could not block the full-strength attack of a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will, it had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 977. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end, it contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world, it was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path gu worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty, the tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other, they could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated, he could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt, not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. So be it, my Gu Immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst, the corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of spring-autumn cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fang Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But spring-autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, Fang Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river. Going against the current, with difficulty. Returning to the past. Star form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the two of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fang Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunder stone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, he stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread, Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain, Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the walk. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the walk flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left, I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body, as long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over, ugh. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? Puff! He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is. Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood, finally his gaze stopped on Star Form Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Form Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries, he doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead, from defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the River of Time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death, it was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost face red lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used spring-autumn cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when spring-autumn cicada fails? Or... Slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. The injuries on my body are not light, the only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the Gu refinement failure, it is a pity. Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this Gu refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Gu refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal Gu. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the Gu refinement, it was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal Gu is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of Gu refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form immortal Gu, success Dao marks started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal Gu, the success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the Gu refinement would succeed no matter what. If a Gu master wanted to die and purposely use the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Fang Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal Gu? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the Gu refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal Gu. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it, he had succeeded in refining change form immortal Gu in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight, when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark. It's not important at all. Fang Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious. But now he knew that there was still some time before Zhongzhou State solved the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Fang Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small Gu formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Fang Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Fang Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal Gu and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal Gu's aura as Fang Yuan quietly approached Tian Mountain. Fong Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped, in the previous life, Fong Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Fong Yuan moved out along with the southern border Gu immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain. At this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Fong Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Fong Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Fong Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Fong Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Fong Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal Gu houses were no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal Gu houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful super force would have at least one immortal Gu house as their foundation. Just like He tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fong Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Cheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal Gu house, yet He tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal Gu houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal Gu house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world. In the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal Gu house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings, it could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal Gu house. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws, one was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal Gu houses were formed from many immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fong Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal Gu house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fong Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption, they had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal Gu house was huge. Because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fong Yuan was currently penniless, he had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu. But now, his Gu refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials, he was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Gutsku trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fong Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9, the immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fong Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence, otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had also thought of this.
Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage go? Fong Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Etion Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here? Fong Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fong Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fong Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could not be taken away. Fong Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Etion Mountain for a long distance, Fong Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fong Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fong Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank, they were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Dao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fong Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fong Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fong Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fong Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fong Yuan took one last look inside in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Yiksha octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space.
This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit Little Who Immortal smiled happily. She suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As Little Fox Immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white fox tail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing Little Who Immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest, from today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Who Immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Who Immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly, before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Who Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already in Langya Blessed Land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature, it was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh, it required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient Nine Heavens, it was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. Of course I got it, what do you think this is? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it? The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed, its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed. This immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langya, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Fang Yuan already knew, Langya Blessed Land was very special, its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langya was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire Blessed Land. Here, countless hairy men lived, their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Langya Blessed Land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents, large numbers of hairy men lived on them, they mainly refined goo and selected talents, they lived in peace and contentment, it was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langya to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langya agreed, before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fong Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana Fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fong Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fong Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to help him refine exert effort gu and disappointment gu. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Langya was only refining mortal gu. Although the quantity was high, Fong Yuan was still at a loss. But Fong Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langya. It was just that it was not time yet. Fong Yuan left a small village in Langya Blessed Land Central Continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fong Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Man Chen. "Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree." Old Man Chen stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, "Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect." Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Chen, who was not even a gu master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fong Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment. Nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat. It could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fong Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Fong Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fong Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal gu to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary. but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fang Yuan sent 2 streams of wool into the minds of old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. "Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it." Sigh. "All right." Old man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. "Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house." After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a gu formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal gu. This would take a lot of time. The gu materials of dream path mortal gu were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal gu, I helped Tai Bai Yunqing pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Langye Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xing Xiangzi's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demonis came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One-Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed He Cheng and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others to obtain Luo Pa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I become the owner of this Immortal Gu House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the Immortal Gu House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the Immortal Gu House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the Immortal Gu House's strength to deal with He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demonis. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in Langye Blessed Land to seize their Immortal Gu and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person, she was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario: if Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this Immortal Gu House. The possibility of this was very high. When Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the Southern Border Gu Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Tian Mountain personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the Immortal Gu House. He would have to face the Southern Border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. Chapter 981. Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this Immortal Gu originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fong Yuan. In the end, this gu became Fong Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan, and was given to Fong Yuan. This self-strength immortal gu was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xian. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal gu day and night, she wanted to snatch it back from Fong Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, gu worms were hard to snatch, they could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fong Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the guts gu trade to assist her cultivation, cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fong Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fong Yuan handed over self-strength immortal gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fong Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fong Yuan's character. Just as Fong Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fong Yuan. How could Fong Yuan give self-strength immortal gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal gu in Fong Yuan's hands, before focusing her gaze on Fong Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fong Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly, "Just say it." Fong Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light, he lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal gu to exchange for your attitude gu." What? He Lulan's body shook, a fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude gu is a secret, how could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fong Yuan exposed it all of a sudden, she could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fong Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fong Yuan took a step back. This action was simple. But it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast, Fong Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. He Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fong Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice, her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. It seems you really have the legendary attitude gu. Fong Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger, "You tricked me?" "Of course not." Fong Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders, "Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto?" He Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again, her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fong Yuan was his disciple, Tai Bai Yunsheng was also his disciple. Thus, Fong Yuan called Tai Bai Yunsheng's senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness was deceived. Your master told you? He Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fong Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fong Yuan was hard enough, she could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demoness yet. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. What do you think? He Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan has a good plan. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Goo is, it is only rank 6, how can it be exchanged for my attitude Immortal Goo? Humph. He Lulan immediately rejected Fong Yuan's suggestion. I have attitude Immortal Goo, it is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary goo worm recorded in The Legends of Renzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength Immortal Goo to exchange for my attitude goo. Hee, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fong Yuan pondered for a while before saying, then what do you want for me to exchange? No. He Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fong Yuan's expression sank, his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. He Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you, this is my territory, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Lulan raised her head and laughed. Haha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lulan continued, you have your master as your backer, maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, He Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my goo worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. At the same time, the resources you stored in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fong Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten Blazing Heaven Demoness, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, He Lulan used the same method to deal with him, he had no choice but to accept it. Fong Yuan's expression changed, he laughed loudly and clapped. He Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you, I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 Immortal Goo to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. He Lulan did not give Fong Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for Star Form Blessed Land? He Lulan shook her head, not to mention giving up on the contest, even if you give me Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, I will not exchange them. Attitude Immortal Goo is not a simple rank 8 Immortal Goo, its usage condition is very low, it does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. I can use a rank 8 Immortal Goo. Such an Immortal Goo is a peerless treasure, I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fong Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength Immortal Goo. In exchange for your slavery Immortal Goo. He Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement Immortal Goo from Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. He Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fong Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength Immortal Goo's value was much higher than slavery Immortal Goo. He Lulan looked at Fong Yuan's eyes, my slavery Immortal Goo is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery immortal goo cannot be used infinitely, there is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fong Yuan smiled, raising a finger, so I have another condition, I want to borrow attitude goo for some time. Hei Lulan did not speak, she fell into deep thought. Fong Yuan wanted to borrow attitude goo by all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude goo to Fong Yuan. But Hei Lulan was not sure how important it was, she needed to probe it. Thus, she refused, I won't lend my attitude goo. Fong Yuan's expression sank, then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. Hei Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fong Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing Hei Lulan again, only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. Hei Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fong Yuan. Hei Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fong Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fong Yuan snorted in displeasure, how could he not know Hei Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card, it seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill Hei Cheng. But I think you don't need it. What? Hei Cheng. Hei Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although Hei Cheng was her biological father, the hatred between her and Hei Cheng was irreconcilable. Killing Hei Cheng and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in Hei Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fong Yuan's previous life, Hei Lulan killed Hei Cheng and regained self-strength immortal goo, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.